Do 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 Welcome, travelers. Welcome to episode 761 of these very strange and peculiar and very awkward Bible study devotionals we're trying to get into, as well as learning more of the mysteries and, in some cases, frustrations of learning Flatland BMX, where we're in here riding a 15 by 15 square foot area where a lot of, well, maybe not a lot, but I have seen some really gnarly like pro Flatlander guys, and they've been practicing in these really tight areas. I saw one dude, it's actually crazy. I saw one dude, he's riding in like a 5 by 5 foot square, and he's doing tricks in that 5 by 5 foot square that I can't even do in a 15. I can't even do it. And I'm just like, what in the world is this dude on? It's actually really crazy, and that's what's really cool about Flatland. And this is actually what also trips me out about Flatland as well, is that sometimes I wonder, man, if you can learn this stuff in just a tiny little area, you think that there'd be way more Flatlanders, right? Because, I mean, I've even seen there's actually some pro Flatlanders, and what they do is, I don't know if they have like a regular space they can go into, but what they did is I don't know if their apartment allowed it, but they literally ripped the carpet out of their room. And I saw one pro Flatlander, you see him, he just has a mattress and just has like a little desk with his computer on it, and he's just riding in his little room. Like, he's ripped out the carpet and he's just made his room like a training center for Flatland. And I just thought that was hilarious, because it's just so hilarious, because he barely has anything. It seems like he just has a bike, he just has a mattress, and just has like a computer, and then like he just practices Flatland in there. And it's so crazy, because I'd like to think that, man, if that guy could do something like that, I think most of us could probably maybe get into Flatlander. There would be more Flatlanders. But I guess maybe the other thing is it seems like there's kind of maybe not as many Flatlanders you even meet in person. That's actually the weird thing about getting into Flatland for me personally. It actually took me moving out to Long Beach, California, when I lived out there for 3.5 years, to even meet my first Flatlanders in real life. Like, in some cases, I didn't really even know what it was until I saw these dudes. I was like randomly riding in Belmont, and I just meet all these Flatlanders. I'm like, what in the world? I've never like just seen a scene like this. So yeah, anyway, we're here, and we're going to continue practicing, and we're going to get into God's Word. And today, we're going to get into the word honor. What does it mean to honor God? Or just even honor in of itself, because yesterday we went into Romans 12:10, and it kind of went into going into outdoing one another and showing honor. And I guess in some cases that's, being honest with people, and showing respectability, and also kind of, I guess, maybe even in some cases like, kind of trying to encourage them in some cases, right? So that's what we're going to get into today. We're just going to look up some verses about honor. There's actually one verse. I was like looking up some verses on honor, and there is a very strange verse. It's like Proverbs 3:9 or something like that. And it says something to the degree of like, we should honor the Lord with the first fruits of all our produce. And I was just like, what in the, and I think I have done a Bible study on that verse like one time, but I just found it very strange when I read it over, because it's weird, because I was like, that's so strange that they use the word honor for that. So now I'm kind of going into, well, can we learn more things about honor? Because I feel like we did go into the definition of honor yesterday, but I feel like there's some more aspects that I don't really grasp, especially looking into this verse. Let's see if we can find it. It's Proverbs 3:9, I think. Yeah, it's Proverbs 3:9. It has this word honor again, right? So Proverbs 3:9. So we're in Proverbs 3:9. Where it says, honor the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce.
Then your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will be bursting with wine. Right? And it's just so weird that it says that, right? Because it's strange that it says, honor the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce, right? And I guess in some cases, I think, because I actually have done a Bible study on this verse in particular, and they brought up the aspect of how people back in the day, there was a lot more farmers and people that would harvest crops, and they would like set aside a portion for like the Lord, right? And I think it was like they would set aside like a tenth of their crop. And it was for the people that would glean out into the fields. It would be like people that were maybe either less fortunate. There'd be travelers. There'd be just strangers that needed food. And so these people could go out and actually feed themselves, and they would. And what gleaning was, from what I've remembered, gleaning is when they would harvest the crops, and then like there would be seed that would fall down, right? But they would allow these people to eat the gleaned seed that fell to the ground, right? And I guess in some cases, like it's not being wasteful and stuff like that. But what's weird about this verse is that it says all your produce, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, I'm honestly really curious, like, what other like pastors would even say about this, because I'm wondering, like, is this verse even still in effect? I'm not really quite sure, because it makes me wonder, okay, well, what are we even producing? Is there anything that we're producing in our lives? Well, I guess in some cases, I mean, it says the first fruit, so I mean, I'd like to even think that maybe even the fruit of the Spirit in our lives could be a way that we can maybe honor the Lord, right? And that we should be bearing much fruit. But I'm actually wondering, we might get into that verse. We're going to look deeper into what honoring the Lord is. And I'm kind of just, I mean, I guess that's what we're going to get into today. I'm just going to read a commentary because maybe there's some things that I haven't thought of, and I just feel like I really don't even know too much. I feel like I should learn more about what even is honor, right? So that's what this stream is going to get into, right? What does it mean to honor God? And this is on the Got Questions, by the way. And so this is the one that we're going to read. And so let's read this. Let's see what it says. Revelations 4:10-11 describes a scene in heaven. The 24 elders fall down before him who sits on the throne and lay their crowns before the throne and say, "You are worthy, O Lord and God, to receive glory and honor and power." The words translated glory and honor are closely related and often used interchangeably in the Bible. Now, see, that's actually very weird, right? And I mean, I guess you got to take these commentaries or this thing with a grain of salt, but what's actually very strange is I feel like the Bible definition that we went into yesterday on the King James Version of the Bible of the word honor, I guess it was the word honorability, right? But it's kind of strange that it is weird that it says that, right? The words translated glory and honor are closely related and often used interchangeably in the Bible, right? And I guess there is many cases of I guess even thinking about glory, because I like to even think about shining our light for the glory of our Father who is in heaven, right? And it makes me think about Matthew 5:14-16, because I think, is the word glory in here? I'm pretty sure the word glory is in this one, right? And it is kind of strange thinking about this one, how they're using the word glory as well. You are a light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. And it's so crazy, because, and I know I sound weird, but I feel like these sets of verses, it's kind of gotten me, well, actually not even just me, it's actually gotten many believers for actually thousands of years to go out into the Great Commission. And it's weird because in some ways, like, I feel like when I read these verses, it kind of just motivates me to even stream in some weird way, right? It's like, how crazy would it be if we couldn't be hidden? Like, and it's just so strange to me like that, right? You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. I'm really wondering, like, what... I haven't actually seen heard a sermon, because I've listened to like probably, I mean, if you go on YouTube right now and you type in Matthew 5:14-16 sermon and just listen to a lot of them, man, there's even a couple sermons that go into it, and they go into like our modern day technology and how people are like, you know how like you'll like look up like Bible studies or devotionals or something like that, and how they're using technology of like the camera itself to kind of share with others to kind of help shine their light in some degree. It's just so weird to think about that, because I'm wondering if the word hidden, right, which I haven't heard from any pastor at the moment, is I'm wondering if the word hidden has changed now in the course of where our technology is. And it kind of makes me wonder about the aspect of how we are to steward everything that God has given us, right? And a lot of pastors say that God has basically given us, and in some cases loaned us, everything that we actually have at this very moment, right? And in some cases we're called, well, maybe not in some cases, but we are called to steward what God has given us, right, for his glory, and to also, in some cases, I guess, to even help to build his kingdom here right on earth, right? And it goes into the Lord's Prayer. Some pastors go into the Lord's Prayer about thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? And it's kind of weird thinking about this verse about letting our light shine, because it also kind of goes into the parable of I think it's the parable of the hidden talents, right? And so what ends up happening is there's this property manager, and he sets aside these talents for all these people. And what's actually weird is if you read the ending of the parable of the hidden talents, what does the last person do with the talents they were given, right? The last person actually hides their talents that he was supposed to steward, right? And it's just so funny when I think about that, because when I think about hiding, I think about being hidden, right? And so it's kind of weird thinking about that. And let's keep going, right? This verse just always trips me out, right? Nor do people light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and gives light to all in the house. In the same way, let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who is in heaven, right? And they're using that word glory again, right? And it's kind of just strange thinking about that. And I'm wondering, is there any... Now, if we go back to this one, and it says the words translated glory and honor are closely related and often used interchangeably in the Bible. Now, it's kind of weird, because I've never really heard that from any other... Maybe I have heard it previously. I honestly haven't really heard anybody say that. So I'm like, that's interesting. So, and you know what's weird, and what's really strange now I think about it, man, there's like this weird combo that I don't know if it's combo, but it's kind of tripping me out now, right? So it's weird that it says translated glory and honor are closely related, right? So if we think about this one, about not being hidden, and we think about the parable of the hidden talents, right, about biblical stewardship, and we think about Proverbs 3:9. Let's go back into Proverbs 3:9. I wonder if we have just found a somewhat of a crazy combo, right? Because now let's think about it this way. So if honor and glory are used interchangeably throughout Scripture, now I don't know if it's actually used interchangeably in this verse, but if we were to just maybe think about that, right? Imagine it if we were to look at the word honor and say, glory the Lord with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your produce. That kind of makes a little bit more sense to me. And I'm like, okay, so interesting. So maybe honor and glory, we can now hopefully from this Bible study, I can take that, okay, if I look at the word honor in the Bible, hopefully I can remember the word glory, right? And so now it's kind of interesting thinking about that. So let's keep going. Let's keep reading. That was I probably sound super confusing, but I feel like there was a very interesting combo that we got into that. Maybe we'll even get into like a little bit about, I don't know if I should get into biblical stewardship on this Bible study, but maybe we'll go into it tomorrow or something like that. But let's see here. Let's keep going. But there is a subtle difference between them. The word, okay, so interesting. So let's think about this. But there is a subtle difference between them. The word most translated glory means something that has inherent intrinsic worth, while the word translated honor means perceived value or render or esteem glorious. That's weird. Glory is the quality inherent in one being glorified. Glory can be thought of as a mirror that accurately reflects what is there. When we accurately reflect the character of God, we glorify Him. To glorify God is to honor Him for who He really is. God has glory because He is infinitely valuable. Human beings have glory because we are created in the image of the one who is all glorious. Genesis 1:27. We glorify God when we demonstrate through word or action His glorious characters or deeds. Modeling the character of Jesus is a way to glorify God. because we are showcasing his attributes. When we glorify God, we can bring him honor. And I guess that's a big one, right? And I think that's another aspect of, if we can get deeper into the characteristics of the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ, hopefully we can take his characteristics and maybe we can learn from them, especially like thinking about love. I think love is such an important one because there is this one verse that it says, you will know they are my disciples by their love. What, I think it's like John 3. Okay, it's this verse right here. I feel like this is a very interesting one because I feel like he could have brought up a lot of different words and a lot of different characteristics, which there is a lot of characteristics we can take into of like seeking after righteousness and stuff. But I feel like John 13:35 is very interesting because it goes into, by this all people will know that you are my disciples if you have love for one another. Right? And it's just so strange to think about that. And it's so weird to even think that we are even called to love not only our neighbor, right? We're even called to love our enemies. It's just so crazy to think about that, right? I feel like it's just such a strange. I mean, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I feel like just because of that verse where it says we are called to even love our enemies, and we're even called to, when we're even persecuted, right? We're even called to pray for them, and we're called to like bless those who persecute us and stuff like that, right? Where I think in the more primalistic, intrinsic nature of the, I guess in some cases, the primal mind, it's like you do not want to do that, right? It's like you want to fight those people. If somebody fights you, you want to hurt them back, right? And I feel like just because of that, I feel like it's kind of like tripped me out playing a lot of video. I'm not even lying. I feel like it's tripped me out playing a lot of video games because, you know, I'm not saying video games are wrong or right, because I know some people, I have believers telling me two different things. Well, maybe not two different things, but many different aspects, right? But it's sometimes I feel like in a video game setting, it's kind of like you're thrown into a setting where you cannot love your enemies. It's like you're just going to kill them. Like that is your only objective. That is the only thing you can do. That you're going to do that, right? Where I feel like that's a little kind of, I feel like it kind of like, it really does trip out my mind, and it kind of confuses me sometimes. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not even going to like, I don't even want to bother doing that, right? So I just like try and, you know, I would rather just like do something else or something like that, right? But I guess that's just me at the moment. I guess not just me. I know some other believers have been tripped out about that as well. But then I've also heard many believers say that because some things are not in like the physical realm, that's, you know, it's not real life, then it doesn't really even matter. So, you know, but I feel like in some cases I feel like I'm just jumbled up of what even to do in that situation. So anyway, let's keep going. Where are we at? Okay, let's see here. We're back on here. Honor originates in our hearts and refers to the value we personally place on something or someone. Collectors hold certain items in higher esteem than non-collectors do. What others overlook may be highly valued by someone else and therefore honored. We honor other people to the degree that we consider their position or contributions significant. We are commanded to honor people because of their position, not necessarily their performance. We are commanded to honor our fathers and mothers in Deuteronomy 5:16 and Mark 7:10, the elderly in Leviticus 19:32, and those who rule, 1 Peter 2:17. When we honor God, we are demonstrating the high regard we have for Him. We are reflecting His glory back as praise and worship. The Bible shows us many ways to honor and glorify God. We show Him high regard and reflect His character. 1 Corinthians 6:18 through 20. By giving Him and devoting to Him our lives. In Romans 14:8 and Proverbs 3:9. It is not merely enough to honor Him outwardly. God desires honor that comes from our hearts. The Lord says, "These people come near me." The Lord says, "These people come near to me with their mouth and honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me." Interesting. That is a weird verse right there. That is a very strange verse right there. Isaiah 29, they're bringing up Isaiah 29:13. And the Lord said, because this people draw near with their mouth and honor me with their lips, while their hearts are far from me, and their fear of me is commandment taught by men. That's kind of strange, right? Because I feel like, it's kind of, I mean, what does that really mean? It's like strange to even think that, that verse really trips me out right there, because now I know why that verse trips me out a lot of times, because I think in many cases, because of the nature of the Bible, right, where it is so language and word oriented, it is very, in some degree, it is maybe kind of very easy just to use our words and maybe nothing else, right? Maybe we don't even have, all we're doing is just showing our words, but what are some other aspects in our own lives that we can maybe honor God instead of just honoring the Lord with our lips? Man, that verse just trips me out right there. I'm just like, man, that's so weird, because it sounds weird, because it kind of reminds me of just like, what even got me into streaming in the first place? What even got me into doing these Bible study devotionals? These Bible study devotionals, it's very strange, because I've gotten inspired by many other believers that started streaming, right? And what started getting me deeper into it was because even since I was a kid, man, I remember like hearing people just saying, put God first. I think most of us, I mean, I don't know about most, but I think if you're a believer, you've probably heard that, right? If you type in that on YouTube, just type in put God. I think if you just put God first, I don't know what really comes up. I haven't really looked at it in a while, but I'm pretty sure something comes up with like maybe some sermons or some athletes or something that say that, or some people in some positions that are saying like, oh, put God first or something like that, right? And I've heard this for so long, right? But what's weird is sometimes I was like, what does that really even mean? Like, what does that even look like in somebody's life to really put God first, right? Is it just to put God first one day of the week? Are we just supposed to go to church like one day a week and then just do nothing the rest of the week, and we're just gonna just, is like, I mean, that in some cases might be putting God first, at least in a little bit of a sense, right? And we also have to think that people are in different heart conditions, and maybe the seed of faith that is grown in people's hearts are in different growth cycles or growth stages. I mean, sometimes we might have some crazy giant trees like bearing a lot of fruit, and then in the other cases we have to think, what even caused that tree to grow in the first place? It was like this little, most trees, I mean, I would like to consider, unless it was cloned, which that is actually that's a whole different aspect of thinking about agriculture and cultivation in some degree, but I guess you could clone some trees. But the thing is that most trees, and thinking about maybe the parable of the sower, thinking about the seed, most trees have begun by this little sprouts, this little sprouting of a plant, right? And man, that verse is really weird thinking about, that. And it's weird because now getting deeper into what got me into doing these Bible study devotionals, it was because it was some particular, actually not particular, it was actually just some believers that I would just oversee, and what they would do, and also pastors that would do it as well. And what they would do is that they would just read the Bible, right in the beginning. They just read the Bible, they do like a Bible study devotional, and then they would start playing video games, or then they would start working out. And then there's even one guy, what he would do, he would start just cooking food for his family right after he did his Bible study devotional. And when I saw that, I was like, man, that's so strange, because if you type in Bible study devotional on YouTube, right, generally all you see is the Bible study devotional, but you don't really see kind of like, like what other things that, how maybe in some cases, how are we trying to apply this? How do we apply the Word of God in reality in our own lives, right? And I feel like, I mean, I guess that is kind of subjective, because we're all in different scenarios in our lives, right? But I feel like that has been a very pivotal thing about these Bible studies in my own life at the moment, is because it seems like when we do these streams, right, and we do a Bible study devotional, there's almost some sort of like accountability, right? So since I've done this Bible study devotional, and because there's this sense of accountability, right, it's actually like this sense of like, okay, so how can I actually apply what we're trying to learn here into reality, right? And it sounds really bizarre and it sounds really weird, but in some cases I feel like it would be much easier for me to be like, okay, well, I'm just going to do these Bible studies and then just do the complete opposite thing if I'm not, like, doing something right. But I feel like just because we're streaming like this, it's just like, okay, well, I'm going to try and think about this, right? And I feel like I probably don't get it right most of the time in some cases on how to apply these aspects that we're trying to take in from these Bible studies into reality. But sometimes I'd like to think that if we can just continue to just try and put God first and just seek his kingdom first, right, and seek his will first, that hopefully over time we would slowly begin to maybe even just kind of grasp, or even just intent, maybe not just kind of where it just starts just bleeding, maybe not bleeding, but it starts fruiting from us, where we're just doing it kind of maybe intuitionally or just like automatically, instead of having to be like, okay, well, I got to think about this Bible or what we've learned, and it would be really cool if we can just start doing it so much where it's just naturally just starting to blossom in our lives, right? Instead of maybe having to force it as much, right? Very, very strange, man. Let's read this verse again. Isaiah 29:13. And the Lord said, because this people draw near with their mouth and honor me with their lips, while their hearts are far from me. That's a weird one. That is a very weird one. It's a very strange one, right? Anyway, that verse right there just tripped me. I was not expecting to read that verse today. But, oh, wow. Man, they're bringing up some crazy stuff right up here. Psalms 37:4. Seek him in everything we do. Is that what Psalms 37:4 says? What does it say? Why are they saying that? Psalms 37:4 doesn't say that. Psalms 37:4 says, delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. I think that's that's such an important verse right there. A lot of people, a lot of believers have probably have heard of this verse, right? And I think that is a very important verse to remember as well. I mean, not even just even thinking about delighting, right? Because I feel like what's weird, I know this sounds very strange, but I mean, I have met people that were kind of even in Bible studies in some degree. I mean, when I was younger, right? I don't know if it's still really occurring, but I've kind of seen it occur in like some churches and stuff like this, where some people are just completely just bored. I mean, I've seen people just like falling asleep, and I know some people have like physical ailments, and maybe they have some sort of like maybe some physical thing that maybe they're just really fatigued, and they're just tired all the time, and they're just sleeping in church and stuff like this. But I mean, I've been in some churches, man, and people are just falling asleep. I've seen some people, they're just on their phones like the whole time. They don't even really want. It seems like they're not even caring about what the pastor says and stuff like that. And sometimes I'm just like, man, is that really delighting in the Lord? And in some cases, it's kind of strange thinking about that, and it's weird just thinking about delighting, right? I mean, let's look up the definition of that. What does that mean? Delight Bible definition. Delight Bible definition. And I feel like when I think about delighting, I'm going to be completely honest. I feel like it does not mean you're just flat out, just straight up bored, right? Because I feel like I honestly think if something becomes boring to me, it almost kind of feels like I want to put it on the back burner, right? Like I almost want to I'm going to just do that over there. I'm going to slowly just put myself away from that situation or something, like just because it's boring and I don't want to do it or something like that, right? And I think delighting, I feel like there's a sense of maybe eagerness, or like you're just really wanting to just dig a little, just find something, just dig a little bit deeper. Like maybe you're just in there and you have the chaff, right? And we're just like trying to find that one seed of the day or something like that, of just to take in some nourishment, right? And that's what I'd like to even think about the Word of God, right? Like even thinking about the Word of God as like the bread of life. Like imagine if instead of having actual food, that this was more important than food, that this was our true nourishment of our minds, our bodies, our souls, and our spirit, right? Imagine if, sometimes I'd like to even, now, when I say this, I remember it, but it's not like every day I just go, okay, well, I'm just going to try and try and get the nourishment from the Word. I'd like to think about that every day, but many days I just totally forget about this stuff, right? But it's just weird when I think about delighting. It makes me think about that, right? Let's see here. The word, what is this from? This is from the, let's see here. Let's look at delight in the 1611 KJV version. What is this going to say? It says, delight, KJV version of the word delight, a high degree of pleasure or satisfaction of mind, joy. Interesting, right? Thinking about joy, right? His delight is in the law. It's so funny. They brought it. Oh, wait, that's in Psalms 1. There's another one that says delight. His delight is in the law of the Lord. Let's go into Psalms 1. I forgot that Psalms 1 brings up the word delight in there as well. Let's see here. Let's read Psalms. And I remember Psalms 1 because it reminds me of trees. And it reminds me of tree people. Let's read Psalms 1. Man, this is actually a really good one right here to think about too. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does, he prospers. The wicked are not so, but are like chaff that the wind drives away. And what's weird about this verse is it reminds me of the tree people of the Trents in RPG games. And what's actually really, really strange is when I reread the scriptures from front to back, right? There's so many aspects of these mentionings of plants and like living trees and things of this nature. And it was weird because I started getting deeper into thinking about, Lord of the Rings. And it was weird because J.R. Tolkien, I think he got his inspiration for his tree, for his Ent characters from the scriptures. And in some weird way, I actually think the scriptures actually bring the deeper lore of the first kind of, maybe the first inspirations of Trent that we even see in a lot of RPG games. I think most, and yeah, that's why I have some aliases on the internet, and I have Trent in the name, Treant. I kind of put that in my name. I think I even have it on my drawing Instagram, right? I think it's Healing Trent is my is that one, kind of inspired by it's inspired by actually many verses. Psalms 1:3, like he's like a tree planted by streams of water, but also Matthew 13:32, it is the smallest of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is larger than all the garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and make nests in its branches. And that one goes deeper into the parable of the sower and how the seed of faith grows in our hearts. And the seed, once if it has been planted in the good soil, that it will continually start to grow in our lives, right? And eventually, what will we be? We will become like trees. I find that hilarious, right? Let's keep going. What else we got up in here? That which gives great pleasure, that which affords delight. Titus was delight of humankind. I was daily his delight. Proverbs 8. Delight is more permanent pleasure than joy. Wow. I never knew that. That's actually very strange. And not dependent on sudden excitement. Interesting. So there's kind of like a longevity. It's kind of like being consistent in even... I mean, how crazy is that to think about? Delight is even in a higher consistency than being joyful all the time. I mean, how crazy is that, man? That's insane to me thinking about that, right? Let's keep going. There's some more things up in here. To effect with great pleasure, to please highly, to give or afford high satisfaction or joy, as beautiful landscape delights the eye, harmony delights the ear, the good conduct of children, and especially their piety, delights their parents. I will delight myself in thy statutes, Psalms 119, to see great pleasure in, I delight to do thy will, Psalms 48, to have or take great pleasure, to be greatly pleased or rejoiced, followed by it. I delight in the law of the Lord after the inward man, Romans 7. Now, it's kind of weird because now it's actually strange because sometimes I wonder if there's some deeper things about maybe even what the nature of Satan wants to do, right? I mean, how crazy would it be if Satan wanted people to think that delighting in God, right, was just boring and it was just not satisfying and just it was just completely the opposite of all of these things. I think more people would be like, oh, well, I don't want to delight in that then, right? And I feel like I wonder if there's a level to that of what Satan wants to do to people, right? That's just my own thoughts right there. I'm pretty sure there's something to think about that up in there, but yeah. So let's see here. Let's keep. Well, that was that commentary, and it's already been 35 minutes here. Let's read honor, and then let's read another one. I'm gonna read. Let's see if I can find another thing about honor. Honor Bible commentary. Let's see what other things that. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go into this one. What does the Bible say about honor? Honor. As a noun, honor in the Bible means esteem, value, or great respect. To honor someone is to value him highly or bestow value upon him. The Bible exhorts us to express honor and esteem towards certain people, our parents, the aged, and those in authority. So Ephesians 6:2, Leviticus 19:32, and Romans 13:1. But we must understand that all authority and honor belong to God alone. 1 Chronicles 29:11, 1 Timothy 1:17, Revelations 5:17. Though he can delegate his authority to others, it still belongs to him. Peter tells us to honor all people, love the brotherhood, fear God, and honor the king. 1 Peter 2:17. Wow, that is very strange. Huh. That's really weird to think about. Peter tells us to honor all people. I feel like that one would be, good to be honest, I feel like that one would be especially in some Christian spheres, I guess, depending on where you are at. I feel like that might be a little controversial to say to me. Yeah, because, I think people would be like, well, we shouldn't be honoring all people. Well, that's what Peter says. I don't know. I know it's hard. I know it sounds confusing, and sometimes it's like, but that's what this is saying. And let's read that. What verse did they get that from? They said 1 Peter. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So that's actually a verse. That's 1 Peter 2:17. Honor everyone. Love the brotherhood. Fear God. Honor the emperor. What in the world? Dude, that's pretty gnarly to think that we are to try and honor everyone. That is a very, very hard thing to, not even just thinking about. I'm actually just curious. If I were to read that verse right there, I'm wondering what believers would tell me. I guess in some cases it might be kind of subjective on maybe how we honor people might look differently to different people, right? But that one I feel like could be a tough one. That one almost kind of goes along of the toughness of we are to even love our enemies. I know it sounds crazy to even say that. I think it's just crazy for me to say that just because of just the nature of all the media that we have, and in some cases we just want to hurt our enemies. We want to kill our enemies. There's no other option but to kill the enemy. It's instead of I don't know, man. It's just it's very perplexing to me at times, and it does confuse me many times. I'm not even lying. I feel like I just feel like I don't know. It just perplexes me many times. Okay, let's keep going. The idea of honoring others, especially those in authority, the king, comes from the fact that they represent God's ultimate authority. A classic example is the command, because they have been established by God. Romans 13, 1-6. Okay, let's see here. The Bible speaks of another noteworthy group of people who are deserving of double honor, the leadership of the church, called elders. Let the elders who rule well be considered worthy of double honor, because those who labor in preaching and teaching. 1 Timothy 5:17. In the first century church, some elders labored in the word and doctrine by devoting their time to preaching and teaching, while others did so privately. However, all elders gave attention to the interests of the church and the welfare of its members. Now, I feel like what they're not going to bring up is I've actually noticed this now many times, is a lot of these commentaries and these things that we get into, they don't really get into a multi-denominational viewpoint, right? So it's like, I know it because, in this one it says, oh, well, honor the elders of the church. Well, what church? Right? It's like, what happens if there's all these different denominations and they all have these elders? Are we to show honor to all these different denominations that say they're following the Bible and they're all elders? I really don't know, right? But I know a lot of these commentaries don't go into that, and I feel like I've been very confused on that. But I'd like to think that, I honestly like to earnestly think that, if we think about Romans, I mean, that's the weird thing. Here's the weird thing about the whole denominational confusion that I have occurred in my own life is it's weird because I go up to a lot of different denomination people and I just go, have you heard about, Romans 8, what is it, 8:13 or something like 8:14? God uses all things for good. 8:28. I can't believe I did not even remember that. But I feel like when I bring this verse up, right, to most different denominations, I'm going to be honest, I feel like most denominations have heard of this verse. And it's very weird to me. It sounds very strange to me, right? And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good for those who are called according to his purpose. And it's strange, right? I'm actually curious, like, if I were to bring up this verse to, is there a denomination that would say, no, we do not believe that? Right? It's weird to me because I feel like in my own life, I've encountered the opposite. I feel like every person I encounter that is in a different denomination, I bring this verse up to them. They oh yeah, I've heard that verse. I'm just like, okay, well, interesting. So I don't know. It's weird. It's weird even to think about that, right? And we know that for those who love God, I think there's a stipulation right there, and that's the word love, right? Love God. All things work together for good for those who are called according to his purpose, right? Intriguing. I guess maybe called would be a different one too, right? Maybe a stipulation. Let's keep going right up in here. The Bible also gives us the command to honor one another in our employer relationships, Ephesians 6, 5-9, as well as in marriage relationship with the husband and wife. Interestingly enough, all of the commands to honor one another, the most oft repeated, pertains to the honoring one's father and mother. Okay. The word love is also sometimes synonymous for honor. Interesting, huh? Paul commands us to be devoted to one another in brotherly love. Honor one another above yourselves, Romans 12:10. Honoring others, however, goes against our natural instinct. That's so funny. That's what I was just talking about. Bro, in the beginning of this Bible study, I feel like that's exactly what I was like, maybe not exactly, but I just feel like that's what we were getting into. Which is to honor and value ourselves. It is only by being imbued with the humility by the power of the Holy Spirit that we can esteem and honor our fellow man more than ourselves. Romans 12:3 and Philippians 2:3. Man, it's so strange to think about that. How can we honor others more so, right? Huh. Interesting. The book of Proverbs illustrates the association of one's behavior with its resulting honor. For example, he who pursues righteousness and love finds life, prosperity, and honor. By the way, I know that word prosperity is very controversial in the scriptures. And I know why that word prosperity is because a lot of people think that just pertains to money. But I feel like prosperity can go into many, many different aspects, right, of life. And that's Proverbs 21:21, just for people that are confused on what verse they took that from. Whoever pursues righteousness and kindness will find life, righteousness, and honor. That's interesting. They'll find honor. It's so strange that it says that now. It's weird that it says they will find honor. So that's so weird. That's so strange. I didn't think about that, right? And find life, righteousness, and honor. So it's like weird. So it's like, do we have to, is there a first level kind of thing that we have to take the first step in pursuing God before it even starts, before we can even start getting into even trying to honor God in our lives or in everything that we're doing, we have to take the first step of pursuing, of seeking, of and then after we start pursuing, I mean, I guess, what does that mean? What does it mean to pursue? Because I feel like when I think about pursue, I think about something that's we're trying to find something, right? Like we're trying to like follow something or something. Let's look at that word now. Pursue, Bible definition. I mean, it says it must be pretty important if it says those who pursue, we're supposed to pursue after righteousness, kindness. And then we will find this stuff, right? And hopefully, thinking about the nature of all these things that we've been talking about honor, we will start to learn more about honor if we start to pursue more. So let's look up this one. Look up the definition, the KJV definition of pursue. Pursue, to follow or go or proceed after in a like direction. The captain pursued the same course of a former navigators have taken. A consequent legislature pursued the course of their predecessors. Interesting. Huh. And I guess, like, you know what, it's kind of weird, because it reminds me of something that the Lord says. He says, follow me. Follow me. Oh, interesting. Dude, it's so weird, because that goes into Matthew 4:19. Interesting. Wow, that's real. Dude, I'm like, I know I saw it, but I probably make no sense whatsoever, but it says, and he said to them, follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. And I guess that in some cases, we can think about pursuing kind of like following the Lord, right? Interesting. And it's weird that he's going to make us fishers of men. I feel like that's weird, right? And I feel like that's kind of subjective too, because especially nowadays, I feel like this could be a very, very subjective verse right here, right? If we follow the Lord, he's going to make us fishers of men, right? Because I feel like what can confuse people about that is seeing other believers' lives, right? Imagine if you see one believer and they have 500,000 followers, and people are just like always just tuning in. They have hundreds and hundreds of likes on everything, thousands of likes, thousands of people viewing everything that they're doing and stuff like that, right? Whereas, like, what if you were a believer and you just had like 12 people following you? Right? Like, how crazy would that be? You'd be like, oh man, this guy has 500,000 people. I'm doing terrible right now, becoming a fisher of men or something like that, right? Whereas in some cases, I feel like that could be somewhat subjective. But hopefully, if we learn to follow the Lord more and more, he is eventually going to make us fishers of men. And I think a big one about that, I think it would be thinking about the Bible commentary we went into yesterday, thinking about the nature of just our words and how important our words are in not only the aspect of just talking, but in all aspects of like business relationships, just anything that you're meeting. If you're a boss, imagine if you were a leader, like you're going to have to use your words eventually, right? So kind of interesting, right? Okay, let's keep going. Pursue. To follow. It's kind of weird. That's the first one that brings up to follow. And that's what reminded me of Matthew 4:19. To take and proceed in without following another. Captain Cook pursued a new and unexplored course. New circumstances often compel us to pursue new expedients, an untried course. What course shall we pursue? To follow with a view to overtake. To follow with haste. To chase or to pursue a hare. To pursue an enemy. Interesting. To seek. To seek. To use, measure, to obtain, as to pursue a remedy at law. To persecute. To continue. A stream proceeds from lake and pursues a southerly course to the ocean. Huh. That's weird they're bringing up this one. He that pursueth evil pursueth it to his own death. Proverbs 11. To follow as an example, to imitate. Huh. The fame of ancient matrons you pursue. Now, it's actually kind of strange because it's so weird, right? To follow as an example. And it's weird because, like, I have been inspired, right, by many other believers, right? Especially the people that are doing their Bible study devotionals and stuff like that, and then they get into what they're doing. I was inspired by other believers, right? And then it's even weird because even in the Flatland BMX realm, right, or even just not only the Flatland BMX realm, but a lot of other parts of BMX riders, I'll meet these believers, or I'll just, observe some of these believers that ride flatland BMX, right? And I'm just like, what tricks are they doing? Maybe I should learn some of those tricks that they're doing. And what was weird that I started noticing is many believers that started riding like flatland BMX and stuff like that, I noticed that they would do these tricks that look like a cross. And that's what got me to do the stick beat no hander. That's literally the trick that got me into because some other believers were doing it. I was like, that's weird. That trick kind of looks like a cross. And then I started to know it. And then I started getting deeper into the lore. I'm like, oh, that dude's a believer. Well, that's weird. I was like, that's strange. So I'm going to try and learn that trick, right? And I don't know. And there's some deeper elements to it, right? Because it's also, we are called to lift our hands up to the Lord. Okay, what other stuff? We're almost done up in here. To follow with enmity. It's weird that it says to persecute. I don't know about that, right? That's kind of strange to think about. This verb is frequently followed by, after Genesis 35, pursue. To go on, proceed, to continue. I have pursued Carneades, wandered chemists should not consider. Huh. Strange. So hopefully we can seek after the Lord. Or let's look at that one. He who pursues after righteousness will find righteousness, life, and honor. He who pursues righteousness and kindness will find life, righteousness, and honor. What does this one say? What does the KJV version say? He that followeth after righteousness and mercy findeth life, righteousness, and honor. Now it's kind of strange that it says, he who pursues righteousness, right? Because, that reminds me of the very first verse I remember memorizing, and it was Proverbs 28:1. Let's see if I still remember it. The wicked flee though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. So are we to pursue after being bold? Huh. Man, I feel like there's so many combos today. Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as... Dude, it's weird that it uses the same word. What in the world? I never knew that these two used the same word. Pursues. Whoever pursues righteousness, kindness will find life, righteousness, and it's kind of weird that they say righteousness 2 times, right? I feel like that trips me out. So when we pursue after righteousness, are we gonna find more righteousness? I guess that kind of makes sense, right? It's just so funny because this one says, the wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. We are called to be bold, right? And I guess if we're pursuing after righteousness, then should we be more bold, right? And it's weird because we have done many Bible studies on this verse, because this is actually the first verse I remember memorizing. And what's weird is some commentary, well, maybe one of the commentaries, they went into talking about what is being bold, right? Being bold is not being afraid to stand out, right? Because and one of the commentaries went into talking about if you open up a Word document, right? There's this italicized little thing that says bold font. And what happens, basically every single Word document program, if you hit that bold letter thing, what does it do? It makes it stand out. And what does that do? So when we look at a little word, generally, if it was just not bold, if it wasn't bold, we couldn't read it from far away, right? Whereas if it was bold, boom, you could see it from farther away, right? Like it stands out from the rest. Very interesting. That's actually very odd to think about. Anyway, that was the very awkward, very strange Bible study devotional today, and hopefully I can remember something from this. I'm going to be on here. Here's the other thing. I will confess, unfortunately, a lot of these Bible studies that I do, a lot of them go in one ear and out the other. Now, I wish it wasn't the case. I wish I could memorize everything that I've read, right? I wish I could just memorize everything. But many times I end up forgetting. And I think there's something deeper in the mind of what causes people to memorize something, right? So hopefully, I don't know, hopefully we can take in... Some people said that some people back in olden times in history, what they would do is that they would try and use the five senses to memorize things. And I think it was the Greeks or the Romans or something like that, is sometimes in order to memorize things, what they would do is they would take some rosemary or something, and after they studied something, they would break apart the scent of something and they'd smell it, right? So hopefully, maybe if you were to encounter that smell again, it would help you, or maybe even some, not only in smell, but in all five senses, that hopefully using your sensory of your own body, that it would help to instill some aspect of you memorizing something of what you have learned in that scenario, right? Now, I don't know how true that is. I don't know if that's actually something that actually works, but I have heard some people bring that up, which is very, very weird, actually, thinking about that, right? And it's actually weird because it's also, I feel like maybe they even thought about a little bit deeper into the aspect of nostalgia. You know, isn't nostalgia so strange? Like sometimes I will actually smell certain things, and I remember like a time, or when you taste something, right? Sometimes when you taste something, you're like, oh, I remember that meal that I ate when I was a little kid or something like that, right? Or even the nostalgia of some music. Or it's so strange. Now I'm wondering what causes nostalgia, and I'm wondering if it's different. Well, it is different for everybody, right? But there has to be some intrinsic level that your mind has created some sort of synapse to remember that little situation, and it had to have maybe been. Now I'm wondering, can nostalgia just be something that is like a blissful memory, or could it also be very traumatic and maybe something that's like very like heavy and very depressing that happened in your life, right? And I guess maybe that would be maybe even more in the realms of PTSD, right? Post-traumatic stress disorder, right? And I'm wondering if those two elements, nostalgia and PTSD, I'm wondering if there's something that's related in the minds, right? Very weird. Huh. Anyway, that tripped me out right there. Let's do a card draw now. We'll get into bike riding. Let's turn this light on. Boom, boom. Boom. Okay then. Let's shuffle these cards up. Where's my coffee at? Let's drink some more coffee. Cheers, anybody that watches these things. Even if nobody watches these things, we're still going to go after them. Because we're just practicing right now. And here's the other thing, is even if I got 0 views, I would still do these streams, man. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds straight up crazy. If people just think I'm crazy. But the thing is that it's at the point where it's actually faster for me to even just stream than to get a clip on my phone. Because if I get a clip and I have my phone right like just like that, and I film a clip on my BMX bike, I have to edit it, I have to do all this other stuff, I have to shut off the camera. Whereas this, it's like I get a clip, I turn on the stream manager, boom, add stream marker, and I know I've just recorded that clip. So it's actually way faster for me. Okay, let's shuffle these cards up. Do 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 kind of funny. I was humming Green Sleeves, and we actually have green sleeves. Okay, I think it's a couple more. Okay, I think it's shuffled. First, let's cut this. First card of the day. Man, we drew this yesterday. We got the Paladin card. Pentarch Paladin. What does Pentarch mean? Let me look that word up now. I'm actually curious. What does that actually mean? I think arc means like an arc or just like something that's top. Pentarch definition. Huh. Wow, I've never known that's what it meant. Pentarch is one of 5 joint rulers. Weird. I've never known that's what it meant. Spirit Mantle. This card's gnarly looking. Imagine if you could just see into the spirit realm. Sometimes I wonder how sometimes I wonder, man, like, what if the Holy Spirit could, like, see into other people's spirits? That'd be so crazy, huh? Like, what if the Holy Spirit's just, like, wandering the earth and stuff like that? Just, like, seeing people's spirits or something like that. Number 2, Wood Elves. Every time I draw this card, it just reminds me of, like, peace. Now, this isn't a Bible verse, by the way. It's just because it says this. Secure in the brace of wood, they want no part of Eladrami's war. They're like the peaceful ones. Number 3, Angelic Armaments. Number 4, Lifelink. Interesting. We actually drew this card. This card reminds me of Proverbs 28:1, the verse that we just covered. The wicked flee though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. The artwork on that is trippy, man. That thing is weird. Enchantress Presence. I like the plant that's growing. Last card. Interesting. We got the one with the Bible verse on it. So weird they put a Bible verse on this card. We got this card with the Bible verse. Out of all the Bible verses, they put this one on there. I don't know, it sounds strange. Segovian Leviathan. Leviathan 2. Can you catch him with a fishhook or run a line round his tongue? Job 40:25. Okay, let's do our... Actually, I guess we'll just do one more draw just because I just drew the last card on accident. We'll do one for the Instagram thing. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork and maybe find some combos or just get some inspiration for some artwork. Today we drew Pentarch Paladin, which actually, Pentarch, I actually just looked at the definition. It means 5 ruler or something like that. Spirit Mantle, Wood Elves, Angelic Armaments, Lifelink, Enchantress Presence. This strange card with a Bible verse on it, Segovian Leviathan. It has this Bible verse on it. Leviathan 2. Can you catch him with a fishhook or run a line round his tongue? Job 40:25. Interesting. Let's see, for the last card of the day, what will it be? The last card we have is a humble, lush forest. They did a great job on that. Look at this background. Trees. Hold on one second. Oh, it kind of reminds me of this one. Wood Elves. The peaceful Wood Elves hide in the trees. Farewell, everybody.
Greetings, travelers.
Okay, we got that one going. Like these people's work. Oh, did it not work? I don't think it did. Darn it, didn't. Oh well, screw it. This one did not work today. I switched off the internet, the Wi-Fi. Okay, where are we at up in here? What am I doing? Okay, let's go to this one. Let's change it now. Boom. Let's chug some coffee and let's ride our bike now. Hopefully we can do a cliffhanger today. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're going to do today. Or maybe we won't do it. It's cold now. When it's working. There we go. Huh. We found a bunch of copyright-free music. I haven't listened to this song yet. I always love finding copyright-free music. Let us practice on this thing. We can either like this. Okay. Let us practice. Turn on this thing. I haven't turned this thing on in a while. Like, where's the even on the remote? What is the remote? I think I did lose the remote. There's that thing. Huh. crazy. Maybe this thing's too high. Feels crazy.
Watch Super Bowl 58 live on CBS with YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
You could skip this ad, but don't skip the part that can help you get the job done. At Grainger, we're here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
That's the first one I landed today. Huh. Feels like I have to like bring that arm out to do like a circle. You know, look at the weather outside. Guess let's practice some cliffhangers. Let's eat it, I guess. I guess it's checker KSI. Keep doing my cranks. Come on. Man, what is wrong with this trick? You could also try Hitchhiker, I think. That also, Fireless. What's this song? This is a new song today.
It's your anniversary today. You couldn't have arrived empty-handed, but you exist in a world.
Sounds weird. And now listen to that song.
Sounds like slow.
I feel like it's gonna be another struggle day. Is that my chain? Oh my goodness, my chain's about to pop out. I need to fix this. Holy moly. Oh, it's not safe. Never mind. Broke my chain. I don't know how. What's wrong with that trick? There has to be something I'm doing wrong. little stem does. What do the little stems do? Why do so many flat riders ride these little stems? I'm starting to notice it now. I've started noticing a lot of the tricks I'm trying to learn right now. A lot of the riders that are doing them are running little stems. Kind of wondering like if it affects your tricks that much. Excuse me. Man, I feel like this trick's a little bit harder with these forks. I haven't gotten a good fiver in a while. But actually, I've never gotten a fiver with a 15 offset. Right when I said that, I ran one. That was a sketchy 5 whip right there. Where's Stream Manager? Stream Manager. Add Stream Marker. See if we get a good one. Maybe we get a 7 today. Messed up just a little bit. Okay. that trick's hard. That thing is defeating me, dude. I'm just bad at the double foot. I need to practice that, I guess. Let's keep practicing that, I guess. I don't kind of want to practice it, but I guess I gotta learn it. I think the double-footed bars big steamroller would help. Keep hacking, so that means I'm leaning too far forward. Huh. It's because I got used to the zero offset, I think. I think zero is actually easier for fire whips. Maybe. Brutal.
You could do Switchfoot Circle K to Funky Chicken. Pretty cool. You have to do Switchfoot, or it's Switch Crank. Switch Crank, Switchfoot, Circle K, Funky Chicken. You can do multi-fire hydrant, Circle K, Switchfoot Circle K, Funky Chicken to Funky Chicken Tail It. Man, that would be an amazing line to see. There's a way I could like see where my level of my back end was. Oh my god, I almost did it. Oh my god, I'm gonna land it soon.
Getting closer. Oh, almost freaking landed right there. Okay, how do I even land it? Okay, so I think what you do is you just would have to, I think, just get back into a funky chicken and then drop it down. Oh, that wasn't too far long of a song. Kind of short. I guess you could do that one into a, I guess it'd be this one. That one's actually a good one to learn. You could do a freak sweep or a front yard or a freak sweep front yard thing to a backpacker. Or no, you could do front yard, elephant glide, switch your leg around, and then do a backpacker. That's pretty cool. cool. Pretty cool line. I haven't done that in a long time. It's weird, I've done it on a quarter pipe, but I've never done it on a ledge. Whew. That's the first time I've done that. There's some combos up in there now. You do feeble, you do Smith, feeble, tail tap. Let's try that one. Smith, feeble, tail tap, fakie. Huh. Right.
We learned a new maneuver today.
Woo! That was fun. Yay, we learned a new trick! Dude, I'm stoked. Learned a new one.
Honestly,
Oh, there's so many combos now.
I just don't know what they do. Normal. These are getting cut this year. I went to 1-800 Flowers.
I kind of like the zero because it was so sharp. I wonder if you could do foo, feeble, tail tap, fakie. You can. What's this? What is it? Look. Huh, maybe if there was some wood in the back, it would look better. I actually think it would, huh? Because you probably see my tires more. Put in there. Oh, this one probably fit. Oh yeah, that'll fit perfectly. How do we fit it in there? I guess I would kind of look like that, I guess.
Sounded kind of weird. We're changing it. We're changing the song. I lost my switch whip. Switch hand whip. I will say the zero offset forks, it's easier for that trick. Like, it's so much, it's like you don't have to put as much power into it. You just do it right away. This one you kind of have to really kick it a little bit. Oh, come on. Come on. That's it. Switch hand whip, tail tap, fakie, feeble, tail tap, fakie. Huh. There's some combos in there. There's some combos there. Switch feeble 180. Switch feeble 180. Half cab, regular feeble, tail tap, fakie, gyrator, gyrator bar, fakie, half cab, fusanu, or a budokai. Ah. You beast. Kind of like, I feel like that thing made it louder. I need to make it quieter.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your vision, to
What's on
bringing
there?
your projects to life. Custom themes, the layouts, fine tunable details.
Somebody says something. Proverbs 21:21. Dude, I covered that verse today. It was crazy. I don't know if you listen to Bible study. But what's funny is we covered that verse. And it's so weird. We went into the definition of pursue, right? So pursue means to like seek, to follow. You know, like to follow, to seek, to, you know. And so it reminded me of Matthew 4:19. Matthew 4:19. It reminded me of this verse right here. Because when you look up the definition of pursue in the biblical definition, they brought up follow, right? And so I was like, follow. It reminded me of Matthew 4:19. So I was like, dude, that's so funny. So it's kind of funny, right? Because in Proverbs 21:21, what I found funny about Proverbs 21:21 is that righteousness is mentioned twice. I found that kind of funny, right? So we're to pursue after righteousness, but also what do we find? we find life and righteousness and honor, right? And it's just so hilarious to me because I'm like, so, and I also think with that verse, what I said it earlier today, is that it's like, I feel like there's a first step we have to take. We have to kind of take the first step to seek after God, right? It's not like God's just going to like, just hand us everything, just like, oh, here you go, you know? I feel like we have to take that first little step to even just acknowledge God, right? And there's also Proverbs 3, 5 through 6, right? I think it's Proverbs 3, 6 where it says, acknowledge God in all of your ways and he will direct our paths. So I feel like there's that is maybe an element of maybe pursuing is just even acknowledging God, right? I mean, how easy is it for us to not acknowledge God, right? But in that verse it says we should acknowledge God in all of our ways, right? And I find it interesting. I don't know if you listened to the Bible study today, but I literally went into that verse. It's so funny that you brought that up. Trying to fix this thing now. Okay, there we go. Oh, look at that. We made it look better, I think. Oh, maybe we could bring it up. Can we bring it up or no? No, I can't bring it up. It's okay. So now what I can do is I can push this stone back and hit it and make it look better. There we go. Perfect. That looks way better now. Oh wait, let's see here. Did somebody rate me?
Fluffy 2840.
Fluffy 2840.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, travelers. You have stumbled upon
Paladin training. Now I know you guys probably might not like the class of the Paladin, but that's the training we're getting into, and hopefully we can take the skills and attributes we're leveling up on this stream and we can go off into the lands, and hopefully we can plant seeds of faith. I would like to play like a nature Paladin. I would actually play a Trent Paladin, right? That's what I would want to be.
I'm just messing around, but we do the Bible studies. I don't know if you guys like that stuff, but we did do the bike riding stuff right up in here. See if we do a sick beat for you guys. I haven't done one today. This is normally a trick I do a lot of times. Actually, I'm going to put on some Oblivion song. Let's see here. You've been following me since the Zelda raid. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know if you were a believer or not, because I do have a lot of like people that aren't interested in the Word of God that kind of just hop in, so it's really strange, right? So like, you know how I do the Bible studies right in the beginning of the stream, and then I get into the bike riding or I get in the drawing, right? Well, when I get into the bike riding segment of the stream or the drawing segment of the stream, like sometimes people that aren't really into the like the Bible or the Word of God or even the Lord Jesus Christ or anything like that, they just hop in, and then what ends up happening is I've actually had a lot of followers, and then I notice they unfollow me because I do the Bible study. Oh well. But so today, for today's Bible study, I guess I can't really rewind it, but I will post the VOD. You'd probably just watch it after. But today's Bible study, we went into the word honor, right? And I don't know what do you guys think about when you hear the word honor, right?
I was like, because for some reason, I mean, I guess it might be kind of like obvious or something like that what the word honor means, but I'm going to be completely honest. I feel like I didn't really know what the word honor meant, right? And why we went into the word honor is because in Romans 12:10, yeah, guys, have your Bibles. In Romans 12:10, it says, "Love one another with brotherly affection, outdo one another in showing honor." I don't know if it's focusing on that, but and that I was like, it tripped me out. I was like, okay, well, what does that mean, right? Like, what does that really mean? And so today I went in. Well, actually, I went into it yesterday as well. What the word honor was, but also today I went into it again. And actually, what's really interesting is that there's many other verses that bring in that same word honor. And so what one of the commentaries went into is that there's an analogy of an indication of many other parts of Scripture that use the word honor, and it also can mean glory. And I was like, wow, that's weird. I never thought to think of honor and glory as being synonymous, right? Or similar. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just rambling now, but... Oh, let's see here. Yeah, I do the same stuff. 15-minute study at the beginning, then prayer, and then again the main segment. Do you ever do longer studies on stream? Generally, I do probably like, I would have to say I do like an hour-long Bible study. Generally, I kind of get a little taxed out. I don't know about you guys. I generally get a little bit taxed out after an hour. Or it's almost kind of like information of, now that's just for me personally, because I know some people and they can like stream for like 4 hours and just do a study and I'm like, shout outs to you guys if you guys can do that, because that's really gnarly, right? But yeah, how I go about doing the Bible studies is generally I kind of feel like they're not that hard. I mean, in terms of like difficulty. I think what makes it the most challenging doing the Bible studies is the awkwardness of it, right? Of like, what are these people going to think of me? Or like, people might just think I'm crazy or something like, or what happens if I mess up something of what I say, right? Because and what's actually weird is I've actually heard some other people that want to get into streaming, right? And there's a kind of a common theme that I hear from many people, and they go, oh, well, what if I say something wrong, right? Well, I don't want to get into a Bible study because what happens if I say something wrong, right? Like then people are going to antagonize me and stuff like that. But I actually find that if you get into streaming, which I actually think you guys, if anybody that's listening to me, you guys should try and think about getting into streaming, because I feel like streaming, there's some almost kind of like liberty. Maybe not. That's probably not the word. It's like there's kind of like an element of not being able to edit anything out, right? Because if you notice, if you go on YouTube, right? Like if you go on YouTube, you type in Bible study, it's like you'll notice sometimes people just don't do it all in one shot, right? There's a lot of cutting. Maybe they said something wrong, they want to cut that out. And what I found interesting is like doing the Bible studies on stream, it is kind of nice just to be like, okay, well, you know what? If I mess up, you guys get to see it too, right? And if I say something wrong, then I have to kind of own up to it, right? And I think I think there's kind of like a little bit of a sense of an accountability within that aspect. And it is kind of scary in the beginning, but also I feel like there's kind of some liberation within it of not having to edit. Because I don't know if you guys have tried to make YouTube videos. Oh my goodness, man. YouTube videos I feel like are very hard because you have to like edit everything and kind of chop it all up, and streaming's way easier. Let me look at the chat. I haven't looked at the chat. Let's see here. A few years ago, I watched a 6-hour study and then replicated it on stream. Wow, interesting. What's my stream schedule? I generally stream about 3 o'clock at Mountain Time. I think it's Mountain Time. 3 o'clock Mountain Time. 2 to 3 is generally when I start my streams. Let's see here.
I'm guilty of the cutting. I turn my 15 studies into a 1 minute YouTube video. Man, YouTube. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to say to you guys is a lot of people, because you know some people, I like tell people, oh well, you should start streaming on Twitch or something. They're like, oh well, don't your streams get deleted, right? I think a lot of people think, because you know like the you know when you just post that thing, your video does get deleted like your main stream thing. But the thing that a lot of people don't realize is you can save all of your streams. You could save a 24-hour stream on Twitch. Now the thing is you have to manually do it, and to manually do it, you have to go into your stream video editor on the computer, and you have to make the entire stream a highlight, and you can save your entire streams. Now here's the thing. What's really cool about Twitch is that you can plug in your YouTube onto your Twitch, and you can literally export entire streams to YouTube. And I feel like what I've heard from other streamers is that if you're interested, if anybody out here is interested in getting into YouTube videos, if you're interested in making other forms of content like TikTok or Instagram, streaming is a very good way to make very quick content, because you can just have this going. And you know what I use Twitch for? You can also use Twitch as kind of like an unlimited external hard drive, right? And it's kind of crazy because it's almost like you download the Twitch app on your phone and you have just unlocked the unlimited external hard drive. Now there is kind of a catch-22 about the unlimited external hard drive, is that it's kind of public, right? Because you're streaming and people can just watch you, right? But within that aspect, there's a way that we can shine our light for, hopefully, for the glory of the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And maybe we can go out and sow some seeds out in the field in people's hearts. Or become better fishers of men. It's very nice sticky. Let me see if I can just do a longer line of it. I haven't done a long line in a while. Peace.
This is a brief history of B&H. Everyone's favorite photo and video store.
I haven't done that in a while. The music kind of messed me up. Gonna drop a lurk. Glad I could raid you. You know what? You just reminded me that I could raid people. Because I think you can raid people even if you don't even have any viewers, right? So I think that'd be, you know, I always forget about that. Because you know who raids a lot? Zelda raids a lot. I think she raids like every time she ends her stream or something like that, right? Shout out to Zelda. She's go give Zelda the Hobbit a follow, because she's a gnarly believer. She definitely has some she has some joy to her. It's definitely a fruit of the spirit. You can I definitely noticed that. She's very joyous. Peace. Gotta mess that up a bit. Ooh, my fire hydrants are bad. Thanks. Thank you. We're listening to the Oblivion soundtrack, by the way. Maybe I should put on some more uplifting music. Oh, almost landed. My shade's really loose right now. Trick's really fun. Yeah, you can raid someone with one viewer, but there's a system you can set up where your raid notification doesn't go off unless you raid with a certain minimum of viewers. Interesting. I'm gonna have to give you a follow so just in case I forget. Am I following you? I don't know if I am. Let's see if I can give you a follow, bro, just so I don't forget. I generally forget. Have I been following this guy? I don't know. Let's see here. Maybe I have been following you. Oh, no, here we go. And shout outs to Fluffy. Anybody that watches these streams, go give them a follow. Hopefully we can build up the body of Christ and edify one another towards love and peace and kindness and goodness and more fruits of the Spirit. Dang, 700, that's a good amount of followers, man. Yeah, right now I just kind of use, I kind of just use Twitch as an unlimited external hard drive. It's kind of funny. Do a decent amount of ad tricks. Oh, I put my cranks in the wrong position. My cranks have to be like that. I forgot. This one, shout outs to Joel Schallhorn. He's the one that showed me this trick. Or I saw him do it and I kind of replicated it from him. Oh, I almost did it right there. There's definitely more and more Christian streamers these days. That's really cool, man. I feel like they're if it wasn't for the believers that streamed, I don't think I would have kept streaming. Because there was a time when I was gonna like not stream anymore, and then I started getting into the Bible studies. And the Bible studies, it sounds weird, but like the Bible studies have kind of kept me going. Because I'm like, okay, well, we can try and shine our light. We can try and, meditate on the Word of God and just, in some ways, maybe even try and seek first the kingdom of God. And I found that very interesting.
This game, you're not ready for it.
I always get my foot stuck on my bars. I'm gonna land that now. So close to landing it. Trick's fun. fun. Woo. I think that was the line of the day. In a street market. That was fun. Just gonna practice some, let's actually practice some, the Hank 5 machine. That's what we're gonna do. Bringing this out. Practice some cliffhangers on this device. Is this thing as tall as this bike? Let's see here. Oh, it's not. It's taller. Look at that. Oh, no, it's the same. I tried to do it the same. It is actually a little bit taller. Maybe I should lower it just a little bit to kind of match that bike a little bit more. I'm not very good at this, by the way. That's why I'm practicing. Oh, I almost landed right there.
I was always riding like BMX bikes, jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I really started learning stuff was when that movie Rad came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks and bikes and stuff. Just started to then my dad met Jeff Cotter and around recording those guys riding at both the Mullins and the other research team. And that's when I really started.
Is this the same size as this? Let's see here. Oh, it's not. I don't think it is. It's shorter, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
No. It'd have to be like this. I guess it's the same size, yeah.
Since a while, so I've been living in that area for so long. Most of the time I ride by myself. And that's down by the house. So like I see him every now and then riding, you know. And every now and then I might ride with stuff on Sarah or that's it pretty much. Eric Stefano, maybe. But not a whole lot. You know, most of the time it's just by myself. I always kept to myself growing up, so I never really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I ride, except for
Woo, that was a good one.
ride, you know. And that's pretty much it. Just liking to ride and like spending time alone.
Maybe I gotta put more PSI in it. I feel like I'm running out of PSI. Maybe running the same PSI as my front wheel up there. Let's try that.
Nobody can tell you how to treat yourself.
Oh, scary. I haven't landed one yet. But I guess maybe I could practice it this way too. Might be. I think it's easier this way actually. I think you have more control. Yeah, it is easier that way. With your bars big. But I think it's easier to get into this way. Oh, that was a good one. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. That big.
Oh my god, let's Oh my god, that's scary. How did they do that?
Why so serious? You create the world of the dream. Let's not lose that.
I feel like it's harder on this thing. I feel like it's harder on this thing to do it on the actual bike.
Okay, so I do this just like this. Ooh, it's the first time I cursed in here. Kind of scary. Oh man, I ain't even drinking water. Ooh, we need some water. Yes. I ain't even drinking water. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it right there. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking A? That was it. I don't even know what I was doing. I was like, I should have just did the Jared or just landed it. I like this song.
At least we're gonna be a little bit better at it. That little switch off, I'm so bad at. Like, I feel like that trick should be very easy. I'm just not good at that. Oh, that's why we're practicing. Shoutouts to Zacchaeus Doma. He's the one that inspired me to learn this line. Shoutouts to you, bro. From Greece. A Grease Flatlander. Terrible at manuals. I'm bad at that. This is copyright free. Yeah. I actually never landed that line before. Stoked. See if we can let's actually go into double flail. inner variation. Not on copyright.
It's a long-lasting scent that everyone can enjoy. Even new. Get light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes.
Digging this song. Jesus, I can't believe you do this. I need to practice this again. You do that. this song. This song is chill. I'm gonna get a little bit more that way. What is wrong with this trick? Shouldn't be this hard. Should not be this hard. It's... What should we listen to? Let's go back to this guy. See if we can find some more copyright-free music. Is this on copyright free?
Start clean.
This is copyright free. Sorry, everybody. We gotta listen to copyright free music, otherwise it silences my stream. I could do the bot thing, but I don't know how to do it. Alright. I freaking like caught my top tube. Oh my goodness. Dude, this trick is... it's so brutal. You just gotta be in it, dude. You just cannot mess up. I've come to that conclusion. You just have to be one with the bike. Alright, double flail. Let's do it. That's an ab workout right there. Every time I do a bunch of boomerangs, I just feel it the next day. see what is wrong with this trick. Like, you just gotta like go with the momentum. If you mess up the momentum, it doesn't work. I feel like you could do like a foot jam right there. It almost seems like that's what I'm doing. Oh, maybe that's actually, I don't know if that's like how they do it. I feel like you could do a foot jam right there and kind of like just do that next rotation. I wonder if that's how some people do it. There's like so many ways to do this trick, it's crazy. Brutal. I don't know how they do it. I'm doing something wrong, I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. It has to be my weight. I'm messing up the weight. I'm putting too much weight right over here. So that means I have to lean this way. Right? So I'm going over this way, I have to lean this way. Yeah, see, I'm like, you know what, it might be, because if I'm going this way, okay, so maybe I'm pushing off too hard on the frame, because maybe it's pushing me too much, and so my weight's over here because of the momentum, right? And so I'm going like this. Is this on copyright? Nope, this isn't on copyright. We found another copyright-free song. Terrible. That trick will drive you crazy. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, that's the problem. I'm messing up my momentum somewhere. I think it's when I get off of the frame. You know what, I'm going to try it a different way. Someone said they did 7 of them that way, the way I'm doing it. But I feel like maybe it's because I'm pushing off of the tire, and I think because I'm pushing off the tire, that it's pushing my bike to the side. So I think what I'm going to try is I'm going to try and do this one, because I know someone does it this way. They land right here, and then they hop over and put their foot right there, and then go over. Let's try it that way. Like they do it like that, and then they go like that. Maybe that one's better. Because I think the tire one, like, it's messing me up. Okay. Maybe that's why they do that one. Because you can like do it and then get into it again. And then get into another one. Interesting. I think we found out a little secret to learning the multiple. So there's some steps into learning the hang glider. The hang glider is the no touch boomerang, multiple boomerang. I think what they do, there's some different combinations I've been seeing. Someone said that they did a seven flail boomerang, tire boomerang. So what they did is they hit the tire 7 times. The thing is I feel like the tire one's kind of hard because if you push off the tire, it kind of like pushes off your entire bike and kind of messes you up. Now I did see one dude, he puts his foot right here. He puts his foot right here and then he goes over and then puts his foot over here and then jumps over and then puts his foot here again and then does another one. And he did 4 of them. And I think getting used to that one, I think it gets you used to doing multiples better. Instead of the other one where it's kind of harder. I might be wrong on that, but I'll try for those ones. I like that one feels a little smoother. I feel like I've heard this song before. Oh, this isn't on copyright either. Dude, no way. We've been finding so much copyright-free music. That's why he does it. I think I figured it out. There's a reason why he does it that way. It's because you can almost like, if you mess up, you can roll it. Whereas the tire one, you can't really roll it. That one, if you put your foot right there, I think it might be easier. It's still hard, but easier than the tire one. Oh, maybe he doesn't press the back brake. Huh. I'm pressing the back brake. That's not good at all. Let's try and just do it without the back brake. Crazy. Straight flung me. I actually think I had my finger on the back brake instead of on the front brake. I don't know about this song. carburetor? Oh, this is carburetor free too. Ah. Okay, let's try and just use the front brake. Because of the tire one, I've been doing double brake. Let's try and just do the front brakes only. See what happens. Oh, it still does it. I give up. Trick is brutal. I don't know how they do it. You guys are crazy. Huh. I guess let's draw. Let's draw. Draw for like an hour. Let's go inside, I guess. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna unplug this. Put this over here. Putting this on here. We're gonna tighten that. Or actually, I don't think I can tighten it anymore. Can I tighten it with this thing? Let's see here. Nope. guess I didn't bring it out here.
Okay. Oh, I gotta bring that darn. All sorts of stuff I gotta bring out. This doesn't work. Oops. Now I'm gonna unplug this real quick. I guess we'll take a little break. Let me set everything up. Okay, let's see here. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I need to plug this in. Plug this in. Set everything up. Guess we'll just doodle. I'll just doodle a bit. I should probably wash my hands. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Oh, we could watch. Oh, we could actually probably watch Danny on. Oh, we could probably watch them actually on stream because they don't use any copyrighted music. I'm gonna actually wash my hands real quick. Intriguing. gave that one away, didn't I? Yep, I did. Let's see. I'm actually going to do it real quick. That was the last one I did, I think. Before the church. Or no, it wasn't the last one. It was almost the last one. Okay, yeah, it was that way. Let's do one the other way then. Intriguing. Interesting. Alright, let's find a BMX video to watch, or a video or something. Yeah, I need to get some paper going. There's some paper. Any paper out here? There must be some paper over here. Where's all my paper, man? Paper boy! Paper boy! Where is the paper? Do I have to make some more paper? I thought I had a bunch going somewhere, but I guess I don't. Oh, here it is. There's some clean paper right there. Well, you gotta use this paper up anyway. It's kind of a little bit folded or bent. Here, what is that? We could still use it, right? Let's try not to waste paper. Let's change this to parts. Huh.
What, bro?
Yeah, buddy. What are you up to, bro?
I'm still streaming, bro. Sorry, bro. I kind of started a little late today. I still gotta draw a picture.
Good, man.
I don't know. I might not be able to chill tonight because I still gotta draw a picture. We'll see what. So how my my schedule kind of is like I do a graffiti piece and those are only like 30 minutes, right? And then the next day I do a character and a character's like probably like an hour. I mean, I'm down to chill at like maybe like 8:39ish.
Yeah, 8:39 is funny, dude. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm down to chill then for sure.
Alright, man. Sounds good. We'll see you in a bit.
All right, later, bro. I don't know what to watch. Just watch Road Fools now. Let's watch Road Fools 12. Should we put the music on? Is it on copyright? I don't think it is on copyright, is it? I don't think it is. Let's just watch it then. I wonder how loud it is on the stream. I'm just gonna do a quick, just to see how loud it is. Should lower it just a little bit.
My name is Seth Kimbrough from Hartselle,
That
Alabama.
dude's a gnarly
20
believer
years
right
old.
there.
This is my third road pool.
Alright, let's draw
I
this
can't
one.
believe I got invited back on. It's a blessing to be here. Corey Martinez from Decatur, Alabama. 20 years old. This is my third road pool. Just excited to be back on another road pool.
Name's Sean Arata, 21 years old, from down in Grove, Illinois. Yo. This is my first road pool. Kind of excited.
Alright,
I
let's
don't
draw
look
this
like
out.
I'm profusely sweating.
We're gonna draw a line night.
Jason
real quick.
Enns, 27
Hopefully
years
quick,
old,
Owen.
from Vancouver, beautiful British Columbia, Canada. And this is my
I'm gonna do
fourth
this.
road pools. I'm excited to go on this trip. I'm riding with people that I've never really met or even ridden with at all.
My name is Stephen Hamilton.
Let's start with
20
our
years
line
old.
of action.
This is my hometown, Columbus, Ohio. This is my second road pools. Pretty excited. It should be a pretty sweet trip.
How did I do the
Hi, my
proportions
name is
last
Sergio
time?
Laya. I'm 18 years old. I'm from Madrid, Spain, and this is my first road pool. I'm really happy to be on this trip, riding with those guys, and I don't know. That's it.
I'm Stuart King. I'm 26 years old. I live in London. This is my first road pool. Never been on anything like this before, so I'm just looking forward to
We'll
riding
do
with
our
these guys.
3
and
move
having
masses.
fun.
We're doing our proportion grid right
My
now.
name's Scott Mallion. I'm 23
2,
years old.
3,
from Kent in England.
4,
And this is my second road
6,
pool.
7, 7.5.
Really excited to
That
be
should
here
work.
and can't wait to ride.
I'm Bob Sherbo. I'm 23 years old, and I'm from North Arlington, New Jersey. Yeah, this is my
You know
my
what?
first
There
road
are
pool,
songs that
too.
are on copyright on here. I probably shouldn't
I don't
listen
know
to
why
that.
I'm on this trip. All right, that's pretty hard.
My name's Kevin Porter.
There's a bunch of songs that are on copyright.
Why is everything on copyright? No worries, we'll just listen to this. I mean, I guess I could just still listen to it, but... Okay, so we're doing our proportion grid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. We're going to draw a lion knight today. I kind of wrote a little bit longer than I probably should have. I remember like the lion knights, we do a pretty big torso. So the torso, let's see here. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is at the end of the pelvis. I haven't done a character in a while. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis. Split that in half. Another big landmark of the 3 immovable masses is the end of the kneecap, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. This is pushed into a 3/4 perspective, so these lines go in right here, so we can kind of imagine that 5.5 will be a little bit right over there. So now we have these good landmarks to know that this is where the end of our kneecaps are going to be. Going to do our thigh muscles, which I know that is a muscle, I just don't remember which muscle it really is, honestly. It's going to be right on the edge. I kind of don't like that. Oh well. I don't like how it's really bouncy. Maybe I should like try not to draw as hard. Huh. I'm going to try and have them looking this way. So if we're going to do that, we're going to make our square like this. We need some different music up in here, don't we? Okay, let's do our deltoid. Deltoid's put into 3 muscle parts. The neck is always weird for me to do for these lion knights. The bicep. Darn, I'm not digging this one. I might have to draw it over again. It's because I'm rushing it. Not really thinking about it too much. It's in here somewhere. I just gotta bring it out a bit. I think I drew it too big. Oh, we'll just draw it over again. We're gonna have to shrink it down a little bit. I don't like how it's right on the edge. do. Well, we might light box it actually. Maybe we'll do a light box layer. Probably not. Maybe we'll keep it with this one. I guess I could just do a shield like that so I don't have to draw as much. There are some shortcuts you can take to kind of speed up your drawing. You know, like if I just did the shield right in the front like that, even though that's kind of what I did last time. We could speed up the drawing like that. Put a satchel right here. I remember I like did one where it was like the shoulder was just out and then he had like a cross scar on his shoulder. Which is kind of cool with that. Trying to just speed run this, by the way. So I should have probably restarted it, but oh well.
try and focus on this head now. We're gonna try and focus. I've been like trying not to hit that real, as much, but that's actually super important. It's actually probably the most important part of this piece, honestly. I'm gonna try and really, really focus on this head now. It's gonna be kind of challenging. So let's just get into it. Alright, let's do our next layer. We're gonna do our pencil layer. Man, I'm speed running this character. This is like straight up just full on. I'm trying to do this as fast as I can. We do our like Bible verse like right here. Actually, okay, so we're bringing in our next pencil, mechanical pencil, Bic mechanical pencil. Do we have a scrap piece of paper somewhere? Yes, this could be a scrap piece of paper. Now what we're going to be doing is we're going to be getting an edge. So if you hear me doing this, I'm basically just edging this getting a sharp edge on that pencil. Kind of not digging how his eyes are, but
And these are all copyright-free songs. They kind of all sound the same, huh? Let's keep going. Let's just stay focused. Sorry, I've just been just trying to stay focused. I gotta stay focused, stay focused, stay focused. Okay, come on. Just gotta get this done. Just speed running this one, man.
Hey, we're the Try Guys. Ever gonna see how much money kids can fundraise for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital using only $5? It's a little game called Double It. Can I ask you a question? I'm trying to raise money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital to help kids in their fight against childhood cancer. I have a proposition for you. I can give you $5, or you can let me.
Dude, this is probably the fastest character I've ever drawn. We're just freaking just going for it at this point, man. don't know if I'm gonna. I think I'm just gonna have this one as just maybe just part of the thumbnail. I don't know if I'm not even sure if I'm gonna put this one on the thumbnail. Peace symbol right there. It's weird. This one's actually just reminding me of like just doing a graffiti piece because it's just so fast, man. Like we're almost just having to just go with our mess ups. I think that's kind of what graffiti kind of teaches you. Like, no matter if you even mess up, you just gotta go with it, man. Sometimes you just have a deadline where it's just like, oh well, you just gotta keep going, like. Oh my goodness, I just broke that lid. I knew that was gonna happen too, I just felt it.
If it's worth showing off, it's worth protecting. Add tech coverage to your USAA renter's insurance and help protect your electronics from accidents, spills, and more. Help protect your tech for less. Get a quote today.
I don't like that tail, but oh well.
Fiverr. Find the right freelance service right away. So that's how they're growing so fast.
Yeah, I imagine they have way more employees than we do.
Is this on copyright? Yep, it is on copyright. Darn it. So many on copyrights. I kind of want to do like a graffiti outline on this one. I wonder what that would make this piece look like. Huh, I'm actually curious now. Maybe we'll just do an experiment. Because I did kind of want to like try that out. Because I've been doing the outline on the graffiti pieces, you know. I'm just curious like what it would look like just on one, just like a regular drawing. I'm gonna write spirit on here. Actually, I'm gonna write it with green. Sword of the Spirit. You know what? Actually, I think I messed up that chess piece. I actually think it's supposed to be... I think it's supposed to be, like, right down there. Yeah, I did mess up. Darn. Okay. We could just, like, maybe just improv it out. Kind of don't like this tail. It's weird. How do lion tails? What do lion tails even look like? Actually, I mean, I kind of know it's like a circle, like little puffy little. You know, kind of like a puffy little thing, you know? Like, I guess it is kind of like that. We messed it up. We're just speed running this thing. Speed running this Lion Knight. Lion Knight. With the seed of faith. Right here. I kind of want to do like, let's just draw our Bible verse. Should I do the, I kind of want to do the graffiti outline. I have been seeing this one dude, he does that outline, and I'm like, man, that kind of looks kind of interesting to do. But I don't know, I'm kind of like scared to do it on this one. I guess, you know what?
It's just, I might just take the thumbnail. I'm going to write the Bible verse right here, and then we'll just take the thumbnail, and then I'm just going to do an experiment, and I'm going to experiment doing the graffiti outline on this one. Because I've been seeing this one dude, and he does that. And I'm like, huh, that looks kind of interesting. Like, it's like this one dude, he works with like markers and stuff, but he's doing a graffiti outline on his characters. I'm like, huh, that's very interesting. Let's write Proverbs. We're going to write Proverbs 28:1 right there. Proverbs 28:1. Proverbs 28:1 ESV. Is this on copyright free? Nope, this is not copyright free. Make sure we list the copyright free music on this one. My stream's gonna get silenced. Okay, let's write our. Where should we write the Bible verse? Maybe we should write the Bible verse right here. Yeah, we'll write the Bible verse right there. Oops. Okay, the wicked flee when no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Am I going to be able to put, I don't think I'm going to, oh, I guess I could put win. Pursues. Dude, I always forget I should put these things on my Instagram. Like story things. Did my phone just die? Darn, my phone's about to die. Pursues, comma. The righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs 28:1. Actually, I'm not going to do the graffiti outline. I don't think I'm going to do it. Darn, it's all messed up. I'm screwed. I mean, it's all not even. I know I want to add something, I'm just not sure. Oh yeah, that's what I could do. I'm gonna add some fur right here. Because there's like fur right there, there's fur right there. Or like, I guess it's just like fur in the armor. Something like that. I don't even know. Do I have an orange pencil? Where's my orange pencil at? Yeah. Where's my orange pencil at? I think this one's taken less than an hour. This one has just been straight, just hammering. Put the Cairo symbol. Let's put the Cairo symbol up there. Cairo symbol.
This game, you're not ready for it.
This game is more than a game. It's your life. You are in the game. You are in the story. Become part of the story. Live the story.
Middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment.
Gosh, where's my, where is everything? I thought I had everything out here. Wait, if I gotta go get, I guess I'll just sign it real quick and call it a day, everybody. Try signing, I'm gonna sign right there. Okay, I'm gonna go get my wood thing so I can get a better thumbnail of it, but that's basically the character we got done. It's kind of cheesy, but oh well. We just speed run this character.
Wow, we finished this one in an hour, everybody. This is insane. It's insanity! Glory be to the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, the Lord Jesus Christ. So, I have, by the way, if you guys are wondering what this wood thing is, this wood thing is here. I have specific things up here, so I place the drawing. So when I take a picture of it, it's easier to have the paper not fold over on me. If you guys are wondering what that is. Oh, darn it, I messed that up. Darn it. Come on. Uh-oh, where's that up? Oh, here it is. I like the Lion Knights, man. Darn it, I keep messing it up. Fudge. Sorry, everybody. We're almost done here. There we go. Now we can take a better photo of the drawing. Dude, the Lion Knights are pretty fun to draw. This one is very, if anybody that, I don't know if anybody even watched these things, but if you guys are wondering, this was just straight up, I was in just graffiti mindset, just like, because I'm going to go hang out with my friend, right? So it's like, I just wanted to get something done. Just boom, 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 boom. We're just going with our mistakes. I was about to restart this drawing, and we're like, nope, we're going to get it going. We're going to do it, and we're going to blah, dee, blah, ooh, blah, dee. Glory be to the Lord. Let us learn to be bold as lions, everybody. And actually, maybe I should put in the Proverbs 21:21. Proverbs 21:21. Funky mold. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Sorry I'm not too talkative. I didn't really talk too much on this drawing. I was just straight up just hammering it. Because there are some drawings where I'm like, this is why I do this, or this is why I do that, and like, all this, because I do think about these things, but I didn't really say it on the stream. It kind of takes up some time when I talk and draw at the same time. Let's see here. I think that might be the thumbnail. You like drawing, Funky Mold? I don't know if I've seen you in the stream. Doesn't say first time chatter, so you must have said something before. Okay, and by the way, this is the symbol. This is the Cairo symbol. I kind of forgot what the there's something about the Cairo symbol. I think it just means the cross. No, it means Alpha and Omega. That's what the Cairo symbol, the symbol right here, means. And by the way, there actually is some interesting lore about the fish symbol. The fish symbol of, how do we do it? Do we do it like, I think that is the fish symbol. There's some interesting lore with that symbol right there. And so back in the Roman Empire, when Christianity was spreading, right, it was kind of funny because the whole ironic thing about it is that the Roman leaders and the Jewish leaders at the time actually considered Christianity a cult because it was growing in the empire, underground, right? There's these underground churches in people's houses and stuff like this. Well, actually, what's funny about this symbol is that this symbol right here of the fish, it was actually used as a way to communicate with other believers.
So what they would do is you would carry around a stick, right, or a staff, like a walking staff thing. And what you would do is when you encountered another believer, they would draw one side of the fish, right, with their staff on the ground. And if you were a fellow believer and you were in the know, right? What you would do with your other staff is you would draw in the sand the other part of the fish. And so it was an interesting kind of a nonverbal communication thing to see if you were a fellow believer in the know. I wonder how long it took for the Roman government to really start finding out what they were doing, but some interesting lore on that symbol. Trying to put a peace sign right there, so because we are for peace, right? By the way, I'm trying to put another one over here. That is supposed to be a peace sign, by the way. Okay, and let me see. Yeah, I guess that will be the thumbnail for this drawing. Maybe I should put in the green pencil. That's just kind of like a just get to see the pencil in there. I can draw stick figures pretty good. Well, that's how it all starts, By the way, how did you find this stream? I generally don't promote the stream too much. Generally, people find me either through Christian tags or something else, or the BMX tag. Generally, the Christian tag. Most of the people actually follow me are actually believers. There's not many BMX riders on the stream, or on Twitch anyway. Anyway, I'm about to get ready. I can't believe I actually got the deadline. Oh, you clicked on art. Interesting. You found me on art, huh? I would consider that it would be very hard to find me on art because there's so many people that stream on art. There's 12,000 people that are streaming on art, right? But yeah, I'm out of here. So yeah, I do like graffiti pieces. I want to get more in. Generally, this is what I've always done: is character. I'm a character artist, but I've been trying to get more into like perspective stuff and storytelling stuff like that. Well, I don't know. I'm also like, you probably might not like my streams because my streams are very awkward because I actually do a Bible study right in the beginning of it, and a lot of people kind of, it's kind of controversial. People don't like the Bible and stuff like that. So generally, I see when people follow me and then they unfollow me because they realize that I'm a Christian. So, but anyway, thank you for tuning in, Funky Mold, and maybe on a different stream, I'll go more into talking about my process. I have, generally on my drawing streams, I do, I'll take a little bit more time and talk about the process, why I did this, why I did that, and stuff like this. But this one was just pure speed run. No, I like that part. Oh, okay, interesting, yeah. I mean, that's honestly the brunt of, I think this stuff's, hopefully we glorify God, but honestly, I think the Bible studies are really what is most of the people, it's kind of hilarious. Actually, most of the people that even watch this stream, they don't even watch the BMX segment. They don't even watch the drawing segment. They just listen to my Bible studies. It's just hilarious to me because I've actually put more time into BMX riding and just drawing and stuff like that, more so than the Bible studies. But it seems like people just listen to Bible studies mostly. I don't know why, but you watch my BMX. Okay, interesting. But yeah, I'm out of here. Got to go hang out with some friends or a friend, and probably be live tomorrow. And I hope you continue to try your best and have fun, Funky Mold. And you have an interesting name. Funky Mold. A lot of mushrooms, man. Mushrooms are interesting. You have a good one, man. Farewell. Blessings. Continue to try your best and have... Maybe I could raid somebody. See if I could raid somebody, actually. I said I was going to raid more people. I always forget. Let me just see how many people are even watching the stream. Oh, there's only one person watching the stream. Oh, I'm not going to raid anybody. Peace out, guys. Peace out, Funky Mold. Peace out, brother. Peace out, brother man.